Testing 1 2 testing. Um so I'm gonna do this Candace Owens debate live stream thing. Now, what happened was shit is crazy. They paid this woman $500,000. I mean, yeah, $300,000. They paid Candace $300,000 to sit down and talk about Charlie Kirk. Unfucking believable. They paid her $300K to sit down and talk. Why did they do that? This is where we come in at. The reason why they did this is because what we talk about over here is relationships. And that's how we even got introduced to the Charlie Kirk shit, because we realized, well, hold on. Charlie was a virgin who married an older bitch who was predetermined by some other people, and Charlie's dead now and the bitch got the business. The reason why we got into it is because we wanted to prove to everybody Charlie was a simp. He could be whatever y'all think he is, but he's an outright simp. With all that being said, Candace finally turned around and started just exposing Erica Kirk, but she exposed her mama, her daddy, everybody associated with the bitch, right? So this turns out to be a battle for Erica Kirk. This shit ain't got nothing to do with Charlie. Now they supposed to get up here and debate about the court case. That's what this whole thing is supposed to be about, okay? And you sit there and you say to yourself, why would Andrew Wilson debate Candace Owens for $300K about the court case? What the hell is that? I'll tell you what it is.
Visit YonkersKia.com to learn more about this great offer and browse our entire inventory on.
This is how white people cycle that money. You understand? They'll cycle the money. They don't give a damn if it's somebody that they disagree with or whatever the case is, because Candace is talking absolute garbage about everybody over there besides Charlie. Now, we put it on Charlie. Charlie, you're a simp for even getting caught up with the woman. But these white people, they're giving her $300K to sit down and talk about Charlie because she's been talking bad about Erica. These white people put that money together, right? So they gave Candace $300K. Then he went to GoFundMe or GiveSendGo and said, hey, everybody, my white people, black people too, but hey, everybody, I gave Candace $300,000. Y'all could give me some of that money back. So he's up to like 70, 80K on the GiveSendGo. Last everybody checked. So these white people know how to get this money. Now, this is being simulcast on Candace channel, Andrew Wilson's channel, Patrick Bet-David's channel. Candace Owens had 24,000 people waiting alone. She had 24,000 people waiting for this stream to start. She's 7 months pregnant and making $300K to sit down with the white man just because she's talking shit about Erica Kirk. Now, being that I had broke down the Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk relationship and everything, and how Candace didn't understand that, look, Charlie's a simp. So that's how he got caught up. And so that's how I got familiar with the whole case and everything. So I really would like to see what they're even going to debate about, because debating about who killed Charlie Kirk is irrelevant. Candace Owens is exposing everybody's life behind the story. Nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's murder. You understand? And they want to just battle Candace for the money, first of all, and second of all, for Erica Kirk. Now, how does she get a victory out of this? to be determined. All right, because I still don't understand. If they prove Candace wrong on the court case, what does that win? You know, so obviously it's I guess you could say they're mainstream shit. They got millions of followers. So it's a mainstream media blitz. They're having a big time debate. Now, we're gonna see what happens. I mean, like I said, man, I guess you just gotta have a big enough following. Because I still don't understand what's the relevance. You're battling or you're debating Candace on, does she know who killed Charlie Kirk? Okay. And the victory will be what? We prove Candace wrong. They're supposed to say, hey, if Candace, if we win the debate, you got to stop talking about Erica Kirk. Put a wager in like that, because I don't understand the victory here. Besides everybody getting money. Now, say Candace loses the match, hypothetically speaking, whatever the case is, does that make her say, oh, I was wrong about everything, now I'm on Erica's side? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but we are in this and we will check to see what this whole thing is about besides the money. All right. So, you know, it's supposed to start at 11. So we this is Candace channel. They're gonna simulcast. It's supposed to start at 11. That's why we started here, but it's running from Patrick Bet David and somebody else's channel. So they're all trying to get it together. Remember, this is to prove Candace wrong that, hey, no, that boy killed Charlie. Other than that, there is no real relevance besides why are you talking about Erica? They didn't put the wager in. If we prove you wrong, Candace, you got to stop talking about Erica and Turning Point. But that's not the wager that's in place. She gets the 300 grand just to sit down. So who wins or loses really don't matter, right? She get to still keep talking. What's good, player? What's good, King Disagreeable? You know, I mean, I do draw relevance within this debate. I have covered this stuff before. I understand what's going on here. This is not about who killed Charlie. This is white people getting together. I know Candace is black, but this is white people getting together, putting some money out, getting this nigga to sit in the middle, monkey in the middle, make money for the rest of the white people. And I would say everybody who's ever want to cover this shit, you could possibly make money. And whether Candace loses or not, they didn't say.
At Tasca Kia White Plains, you will be satisfied.
I was like, hey,
Right
yo,
now,
if niggas want to join the
Kia
thing, we could do that too. But they're not gonna make Candace stop talking about Erica. That's what they want. They want her to stop talking about Erica and her family and this person's family and this person's family. I'm like, Candace, you supposed to be trying to figure out who killed Charlie. Why are you searching for these people's grandparents? But that's just how it got. I don't keep up with any of this shit. I don't know what's going on. Andrew Wilson paid Candace Owens $300,000 to sit and debate over who killed Charlie Kirk. Now, from what you know about my channel, with the little bit that we covered, you know that that's a fucking lie. They're not doing that for who killed Charlie Kirk. They're doing that because Candace started pointing everybody at Erica Kirk, an older woman who married a virgin and Charlie as a spy or setup. Even though the marriage was true and she let Charlie fuck her and make babies with it, it was part of it. But the thing is, she was an older woman who fucked a virgin young nigga. All right? That's the story that we broke down. Charlie got killed from there. Candace was his black friend. She started pointing the finger at Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk's grandmother, her Marines, all this wild shit, right? So now Andrew Wilson wants to debate the bitch because she did all that to Erica. Okay, so what is the whole story? As only King Disagreeable and niggas over here can understand. What is this whole shit about? Bitches ain't shit. So we got Erica Kirk over here. She married the virgin nigga. She got the money, 400 million or whatever. But every bitch would love to do that. Candace Owens over there got the white, rich, royal husband, get to talk shit about white people, mix it up with the whiteys, do all the fly shit. Every bitch would like to do that. So what do we actually have? What do we actually have? Gladiator on gladiator. But what happened is Erica Kirk is so much of the queen bee, who I respect, because she really do the shit that bitches want to do. Get the man with the money and the notoriety, fuck him. Not only get rid of him, and try to get all the sympathy from everybody else like he didn't even matter. I'm taking all his love. That's what bitches do. All right, so Candace Owens is trying to act like, oh no, I'm the good woman. So we basically got gladiator on gladiator, okay? And that's the fun part about it for us, because we're like, well, hold on. Nobody wants to say who the real enemy is. They putting Andrew Wilson in front of the bitch. The real enemy is the bitches versus the bitches. Candace versus Erica. They're not going to sit down together because they would rather fight. Okay? Don't you guys get it? Facts. Women just don't want you. They gonna want you when you dead. Hold on. Facts. Women just don't want you gone. Right. They want you dead. If it's better that you could just be totally erased, yes. And she gets sympathy for it. And who do you got? Candace trying to fuck up her sympathy run. Oh, this is Gladiator on Gladiator classic. But what's missing out of everything is, hey, most women want to be these bitches. Most women are, if not like them, worse. And it's always a scenario where Andrew Wilson or whomever else is trying to protect a bitch. We told, at least over here, we told Erica Kirk what to do. Go get you a stepfather for them children. You rather get the criticism of getting another man and being married again so you could do your housewife shit. Let that nigga run Charlie's business and everything. Then you get up here and do the boss bitch shit and just fuck random eggplants. But that's what bitches do. But in this so-called political, conservative, corporate world, these are the fakest people ever. Because who's never not pointing the problem in America to the women of America, we're all fucked up. So that's what this whole thing is about, but it's supposed to be Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. It don't even make sense, man. Right. This is serious shit. At least in the white world. This is supposed to be serious. All the white people got their live streams fired up and they're covering it because everybody wants to know who killed Charlie, and they say Erica's a bad person, but they won't say every bitch out here wants to be Erica and Candace and are bad people just like them. So if you're on Erica's side and you say Candace is a bad person, you're right. If you're on Candace's side and say Erica is a bad person, you're right. But why won't we just say, no, you bitches are the bad people? Okay? It is what it is. You made $300K to sit down with the white man. Hey, that Candace been doing this shit since, this was her dream, to sit amongst the white man. So she's right in pocket. I mean, this is so... I threw the live stream up because we're looking at this from a gladiator perspective. Yes, Charlie was a virgin and a good man, but obviously a fucking clown. And over here, we don't got no respect for no nigga who got a bunch of money and can't get him a virgin somewhere or the purest bitch he could find. That don't make sense to niggas like us. You are a fucking bozo. Okay? You got all the money in the world and you can't go get a virgin bitch that will submit to your will and under your provision, and you got all this bread. You a fucking clown. So I have no sympathy for Charlie in a relationship standpoint. He didn't deserve to die. That's what you call fucking with the wrong people. Fuck you, a virgin, and you got all the money in the world and you don't go get you another virgin. What? You supposed to be smart? Okay, let's take his word and everybody's word for it. Charlie's a great smart man. You a fucking simp. Okay? We deal with relationships over here. We know what the fuck we're talking about. The shit don't add up. There's no rich virgin man that could be stifled with a 30-year-old ex-beauty pageant to start making babies with. No, you go get you a younger virgin. You sought that shit out with your money. But Charlie didn't do that. And that's why we say Charlie ain't here. No other reason. I damn sure ain't saying Erica did it. No, she did not. I'm telling you, he didn't pick a good woman. He could have went and got a fucking virgin. Fucking dummy. I mean, we cussed Charlie ass out for doing that stupid shit because ultimately it ruined his life. Because at the end of the day, after he died, everybody's saying, yo, Charlie, you was a rich, famous virgin that married a sex worker. How's that possible? Oh, so-and-so hooked me up with her, and she's this and shit. Right. So you couldn't go get a virgin woman with all your money? All the white people that come see you, you can't sort out a good virgin? So all of those things made Charlie the simp of the fucking decade, okay? Only a simp could pull that off. So this is not about who killed Charlie, okay? This ain't got shit to, they not trying to uphold Charlie's name at all. This is about, yo, stop talking about Erica, and Candace is like, nah, that bitch got something to do with it, or she know Charlie was gonna die. She's reaping all the benefits. Okay? And this is when you learn, hey, see, the white people, yes, they say, oh, Candace is making a bunch of money. Candace say, oh, Turning Point and Erica made a bunch of money from the donations and everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how this shit is, man. That's how this is. Look, King Disagreeable, nobody's covering this shit from the relationship angle. That's why we went live. We hoping that we can get through to these people. See, we're still covering the same angle we entered this Candace shit with. Besides the fact that these white people know how to really get this money. They pay her $3,000. They gifts and go to get the money back. They simulcast from 3 channels. Candace got 25,000 people watching before the show start. They probably got a bunch. The name, the exposure, the everything is still promoting bitches. The same bitches that turn on most men. And it's so funny that Charlie is lost in the dust. Ain't none of this shit is what Charlie is standing up for. You know, it is what it is. We're going to break it down. You know, Charlie made a big, big mistake in his life. And most men do with the women that they choose. It's the most important thing that a man could do. And we always say over here, no. If you got all that money, Charlie, this bitch need to worship the ground you walk on. And we broke it. Erica didn't do that. Only reason she did it because the nigga is popular to everybody else besides her. So she had to like play like he was the shit. Because when it comes to relationships, the women really know you. They know how quirky you are, how you can't fuck good, or how she could make you premature ejaculate when she do her certain power moves on you. She knows you, okay? And it's a sad story.
Are we live?
Here we go.
Okay, so we're officially live.
Here we go.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see the
$300,000 at Candace's house, talking about she's 7 months pregnant. My God. What is this? Is she fleecing the white man for talking shit about their queen? Is the white man using her up? How does this work?
This final product, there's a lot of stuff.
Or are they all on the same side? Let's not put that. Let's not rule that out.
That happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said that
life moves fast. With Citizens, you and your business are ready for anything.
And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie.
That's a fucking lie.
Legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for
anybody that want to get some of this Charlie money. Let's go.
What he did, he changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you,
this is some sick shit. I'm sorry. He paid her $300K. Candace is smiling up.
You've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept.
We can do this, black people. We can actually do debates and stuff too like this, but ain't nobody putting that money up.
So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you.
All right. You see what they doing? This is all theater shit. This ain't about no Charlie. Okay? Charlie was a rich virgin who married a fucking ex-sex worker that fucked athletes and rock stars.
And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here.
Right, now you talking. Now you're starting to talk. And politicians and street niggas, you're starting to talk my language, because I keep telling y'all know my biggest problem. They took our hip hop away. Now look at them. Politicians and street niggas, it's the same thing, but it's just not in the hip hop form. They get to take Charlie out using guns. They get to talk about each other in foul ways. They get to make money off of magazines, books, and concerts and shit. But we can't do no hip hop no more. They dealing with the same killings that we dealt with.
And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Is this about Charlie, or this is about people who was laughing at Charlie's death? Just remember, he's here representing Erica. This is still Erica versus Charlie. Why would Andrew Wilson be giving a fuck? Let the court case play out.
From TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved.
Now you get it? What may have killed him, what nations were involved, what you said about Erica. Well, let the court case play out. Why do you care?
And was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like...
What we doing, man? You see what I'm saying? But this is open to statement. Let's get into the case.
Wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there has.
So why do we care whether Israel killed Charlie Kirk or not? So that's the first line of order of why he's here.
Been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened.
Candace told everybody she had a dream about, she never revealed the dream of, she said somebody from Turning Point, or they was snaking him. That was Candace's dream. So he's making fun of it.
In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me."
So he has a text message from Charlie's phone or whomever that Charlie was worried that the left is trying to kill me. Okay. Well, what do we know? Everybody was trying to kill Charlie. Let's go.
That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
All right.
Now, we'll
I'm going to pull up
later
facts
on in the debate. Maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate.
Hold on.
So let's get to it. The debate.
That's what I wanted to tell y'all about. So they are upset that Candace is making money. Why is he telling the damn story? Right. Now you understand. This is not about Charlie's court case. This is what the debate is supposed to be about. Candace don't think the dude killed her, and people put him there, and they think that the dude killed him. But we're somewhere else because this is about the money.
Topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. So,
Candace needs to be held accountable for making the unbelievable theories and claims. How do you hold Candace accountable for making unbelievable theories and claims? I would say if she loses the debate, she don't get to talk about Erica ever again. But that's not the case. How do you stop her from talking about her theories? It doesn't make sense.
No problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing comment.
She's attacking the Turning Point organization, which is the Republican outreach for young people. But nobody's going to say, hey, that outreach program still enables women to be pieces of shit and not get married and delete babies. Everything is bullshit because you won't put the onus on the women, but you're trying to hold Candace accountable for having a theory. Don't make sense.
Class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building.
Every talk that Charlie had, it was a young woman up there talking about, well, Charlie, how do I manage my business and working and then getting a husband and children? Because they're never going to be doing that. And Charlie was at least helping with that. But with Charlie gone, it's over.
And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me.
Here we go. That's where we come in at, guys.
The story you are about to see.
That's where we come in, guys. This whole thing is about Charlie Kirk's wife and Candace Owens. Now, Why would Andrew Wilson be caring about what Charlie Kirk's wife is feeling or what's being said about her if he cares about the fact that Tyler Robinson, whoever his name is, killed Charlie Kirk? This is supposed to be about the Charlie Kirk case and facts of who killed him. Why are you bringing up the wife? Because that's what this whole shit is about.
She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate. And
right. Now, you see what I'm saying, King Disagreeable? This is about the facts. But Andrew Wilson, he's my homie too. I never thought he would do something like this. Sticking up for a bitch that married a virgin. Instead of saying, yo, that man as a virgin was supposed to get a virgin. What about that?
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience.
Whether you're in the shop or fixing your own vehicle at home, Harbor Freight has the floor jacks and jack stand.
And diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks.
Bitch got 300K to sit here and talk. Let's go.
I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times.
Now, we're going to continue, but only King Disagreeable and other brothers can understand this. We've been lied to the government. Hip-hop has been telling people, hey, hip-hop has been telling people that the government is lying to you forever. What did they do to hip-hop? So now it's this whole thing that the government is lying, and they're rallying behind a black person to say, yeah, they're lying. It's weird. It's weird.
I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace said.
Now, one pause. Fun fact. Now, how you see how he criticized Candace about making money and how Candace said it's a whole bunch of influencers. Now, they never say all of those influencers are getting money for clashing with Candace, but they're not speaking on their money. So, like I said, it is weird with these people. All the other influencers against Candace make big money.
As it's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreement.
And when it comes down to it, as this whole thing, you're always going to hear about Israel. It's wild.
Regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after.
Right. That right there confirmed King Disagreeable's comment, which is on the screen. She's control opposition. Yeah, Charlie had turned on Patrick Bet-David's show, the one who's moderating. Okay, so everybody's together here. These people are going to go out to dinner after this. This is a big show for us, okay? It's about this money. He sent her $300,000. He sets up a GoFundMe, Gifts and Go, got $100,000 back already, and all of their channels are being, pushed, and who knows what else.
Everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk.
That's right. She wants to battle Erica. You understand me? She wants to battle them. How Andrew Wilson got here, I don't know. Besides, it's all white power. But she wants to battle Erica to make a gladiator on gladiator clash.
So I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Right. Now you understand where we're going with this. Bring Erica Kirk. Really break the internet. But there's a whole problem with Erica Kirk, guys. And I'm the only one. Well, us over here, we're the only ones that understand this. There's one problem with Erica Kirk. And I would say it's the equal problem with Candace Owens and every other woman, about 98% of women. Erica Kirk is like 98% of women. She would be ready to fight. You understand me? She would be ready to fight. And if there are lies that she's getting caught up in, she could turn violent or silent. Okay? So that's a major problem.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a 30-06 from low C, 150 feet. No,
but you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all
with maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that.
All right. So where are we now? The steakhouse that the guy supposed to have driven to, Candace says she spoke to the owner of the restaurant. So we've got to take her word for it, right?
Receipt was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what.
This is getting crazy. Now, what is evidence? What is not?
Your claim is, since.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF?
Yo, thank you, man. Thank you for watching, man. Sorry about this, but whatever.
F woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went.
WWE Ballers. Let's go. 16 superstars to collect.
When they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Yeah, I did want to bring this to whoever my viewers are. I know my niggas don't fuck with this, but the overall story is Charlie was a virgin who married a bitch who had mad connections and plugs with the Marines, President Trump, beauty pageant, 30-something years old. With him being a virgin, popular, all the money in the world, young high school and college graduates coming up to him, asking him for advice, he still married that bitch who would never take his advice? That's the story.
Many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago.
Here we go. We're supposed to be talking about Charlie. Candace gets her shot back. She said she wasn't going to throw shots. She throws a shot back. Your wife said you was a sniper in the Army. Andrew says, I don't know what that bitch talking about. Why? Because bitches ain't shit. They are a fucking problem. And until we can address that, we're going to be fucked. His own wife fucked him.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army.
Unbelievable. His own wife. His own wife. You see that? And he had to say, I don't know what that bitch talking about. Unbelievable. White men do have weird war fantasies, at least in our day. I don't know what they got nowadays, but now in our day, they definitely had the war stuff. They definitely had all that shit. You know, that's where you get all these homesteads and all these dudes.
Sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my
as with your expertise, when she...
Hold on, King Disagreeable. I went to turn on my tea water. And hold on. How can you tell me that dude been lying about being a sniper? I didn't know shit. How you know that? You must know a little bit more than you're leading on. Let's go.
He gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial. So we don't know on the print front, but Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
No. We don't do that. The man's prints are on there and the other one's prints are on there. Your only argument, does that mean that guy still couldn't have used the weapon? That's your only argument. Everything else is bullshit.
So your answer is, I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said, so what?
Yeah,
so say, I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that, Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had?
That's not a fact, but that is a great opinion of speculate. That's fair to just throw out there as a 50-50. His argument was supposed to be, just because the homie's prints are on there does not mean that man still didn't do it. That's really the end of it.
Fingerprints on the gun.
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
Now, Andrew Wilson is big on women not cutting him off. That's 2 times he cut Candace off. So the scorecard right now, he cut Candace off 2 times. And he does not like when women cut him off when he debates women. And I'm on his side. Just being fair.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
I'm not on his side about the Candace thing. I'm just on his side when he debates women. This is a whole different thing. This is different.
Go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
Hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson.
All right. So where we are right now is Candace is up 3 points to 0. What are the 3 points, you ask? Andrew Wilson cut her off 2 times, and then Candace said, aren't you, then you say you was a sniper. He said no. She said, well, your wife said that you were a sniper. He says that bitch was lying. So he had to actually go against his own wife on live TV in front of me. That's a loss. So he's down 3 points, okay?
And being a patsy, are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference.
White people pass their guns down to their sons and their grandchildren. How does that happen? Well, where we live at, you actually got to have a gun license to have the weapon. If not, you just have it in your house. Okay? But this is so this right here is so publicized that I'm like, the guy sounds like he had a goddamn gun license.
I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
That's another cutoff. That's another cutoff. And I understand. It's all part of trying to win. Let's go.
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the sentence.
Wait patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture. No, hang on. This is.
My name is Will Ospreay. I'm the aerial assassin.
There is conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial.
Hold on. We just caught something here. We caught something. Hey, this is kind of making me turn on Andrew. This is kind of making me turn on Andrew because, you know, we are the true debaters, brothers. Y'all know we are the best at this. Now, what I just caught was Candace saying The evidence that's here, the overwhelming majority of evidence won't be used in trial. But earlier when she was describing her fingerprint stuff and Andrew said it won't be used in trial, she disagreed with that. Okay? That's a problem for me. She wanted her shit to go to trial, but not his.
Is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial.
Now, you heard that? She just said that. Now we got to go all the way back to the beginning to prove the bitch wrong. Because we got to be fair. So this is 1 point for Andrew.
Pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is the assassination of JFK.
Oh. And then
whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Thing could have split apart in air for all we know.
Hold on.
The timeline is that you think that
maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said,
here we go.
If maybe we can
it went through. So under no circumstance. And
claim that a 30-06 could.
Just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him. Near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner.
Here we go.
Any of those people who went into the science of.
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
For an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Loquial.
Damn, my fault.
Of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched.
Now, at this point, Candace is talking about the hearsay that she just spoke on that said won't be admissible at the trial. But right here, she's going to defend how the stuff that she wants to be admissible, it will be.
You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to,
he just
agree could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out. And dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Here we go.
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. Testimony.
This is Candace losing. She's losing her point. We're going to fast forward and now pay attention. Candace said this will be in trial. He said, no, it won't. And then she says stuff will be in trial. Won't be in trial. So she's losing this point. Let's go.
Don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. Testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no. Hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
And then further ahead, Candace says that it's hearsay that everything in the preliminary hearing will go. So she was standing on business right there. Let's move on.
Corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? you would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out, right? That somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it also
places.
could demonstrate nothing.
Only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay. So it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the somebody?
The problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is, hang on, this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because parents' dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state
has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means nothing.
The entire hearing was hearsay, but Candace wants her facts to be the facts and not be hearsay. But let's go.
None of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is
we
crazy that you don't know
this.
this.
Fact check. If all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay. And I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that. So I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to patsy?
This is how you got to shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important. So we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial.
agree, they
Swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
disputes.
outside of the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you
about
the argument.
Candace, you have to ask him, what are you talking about, so that he can lie. You don't do this, Candace. Let's go.
Which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
Candace, calm down. You must say, what were you talking about? I know what you were talking about, but he needs the opportunity to lie his way out of it. This is why we're getting this little clash right here.
I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this,
means?
just so everybody who's.
Well, the point that's being made is this. This is the point she's trying to make. And, for white people, it's got to be technical. So she pulls up the black and white that says, everything up here is hearsay. We'll allow everything, and trying to get to the bottom of the case, we'll decipher later. What Candace is trying to say is, yes, me saying he didn't do it is the same hearsay that I'm trying to get to later, the same way the state of Utah is. That's what she's trying to say.
Watching this at home understands what I'm saying.
So why are y'all bothering me? That's what she's saying.
Even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it
up.
Whoa!
That's another point. That's another point taken away from Andrew. He won't let the woman talk. He's ad-libbing. Not cool.
Yes. So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up.
What we doing? We don't do that. Let the bitch speak.
I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations.
Oh shit! You're losing frame. Another point. Andrew is losing frame. He put his head on his hand to hold his head up. He's losing frame. I'm being fair. What are we doing? Okay, you can put your finger up there like you're thinking, but you do not lose frame.
From a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations.
Oh!
The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially.
Right. He realized he was losing frame. Get your fucking hand off your head off your hand. Sit the fuck up. Look. You still got deducted.
Is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to.
Andrew better step up.
Case in point, that's a demonstration.
See, now, with all of the bitches that Andrew has debated, he has never really debated a true gladiator. What is a true gladiator, Prince? A true gladiator is Erica Kirk, Candace Owens. The apex, the pinnacle. They are the top gladiators in America, okay? What's the difference here? She's black, okay? So while Erica Kirk gets to use being silent, Candace gets to use running her mouth as a black gladiator who had to battle black men, and she's well seasoned at keeping her frame because of what the men did. She's copying, which is perfectly fine because she's at war right now. But Andrew's not used to a woman keeping frame from everything that I've seen.
To give you, that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
All right. This is a great question. Okay. This is a great question. Because if you watch Candace, you would know that the way that she got here was saying that when the shooting happened, it was an old man that jumped up and said, I did it, or some shit like that, right? They arrested him. If you want to play along, you would say that gave the actual shooter time to get away. Okay? From that point on, she started researching all of the boy's life, how he's not a good shot. So one shot he wouldn't be able to take Charlie out with that one shot. If his life depended on it, he can't hit nothing at the target range from everything she's went and studied. All of these other things. And these are all theories. But that is the answer that he's looking for because, like we say, it's all of us playing along with Candace's story. And she will be actually saying it in public to really make it sound like a story, which can be complete bullshit, and people can accept it as complete bullshit. Okay? But that is the true answer. You understand? She don't believe that the bullet went through his neck, so he didn't use that. The boy couldn't shoot worth a damn, and he went and shot and killed Charlie with his granddaddy's wife. She don't believe that. Everybody was just in maroon. An old man jumped up and said he did it. He was the first one arrested. Cash Patel and them said they had the wrong guy. Then they went and found this guy. His clothes was, but she would have to run through everything, and it still doesn't make her story true. But that's the answer he's looking for. Okay?
Inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy.
And if ain't nobody breaking it down like that, they're not telling the truth. They want him, he wants her to tell the fantastical story that she's been making up with all of her live streams, researching people's lives and grandparents and ancestors and all this wild shit, making a boatload of money and making Erica Kirk and everybody upset, exposing her sick mother and all this wild shit. That's the fucking answer. So this might be, hey, look, homie, let me explain something to you. Nobody's going to say this, but this might actually be 3 to 4 points for Andrew all at once, because the true answer is for Candace to run through every episode that she did, which got us to this point. Okay? And it still doesn't mean that she's correct. So that is worth 3 to 4 points. Let's go.
To the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the finger.
No. Candace, she found a way to come back. I understand what's going on right here. I see what's going on right here. Candace made a good point here. Whatever we all are talking about is not a fact as of right now. The only fact is that boy is arrested. I get it.
Fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is
and that's the light way to put it. And I like it.
Plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
No, that's not good. That's not cool. Nobody is saying that you should go through with it. That's he's a Patsy. My homeboy King Disagreeable knows nothing about the trial. He couldn't give a fuck if he was a Patsy or not. A lot of my homies know. My bitch don't know nothing about this. So the people that are deciding and choosing to go along that he's a Patsy, that's my choice, my will. I could determine if that boy is a Patsy or not. Candace is presenting her case and giving me the opportunity to decide whether I believe he's a Patsy. So you cannot say that she's doing anything wrong. You see, let me explain something to you, Andrew. You see how I'm doing my show right now and I have nobody viewing? So that means I have no influence. She happens to have influence. And it's on me as the viewer to believe her stuff or not. You can't make me believe it. You can't make me not believe it. I can entertain whatever I want. Just like nobody can watch me. You understand? So that's a bad argument. Horrible. So you got 3 points, but that's still, Candace is up about 9 or 10 now.
The beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Okay. Now you're going. Okay. So this is how my scoring works. We're going to take points away. So you had 3 points. I've taken 2 away. Okay, because you don't get to ask her the same damn question. It's a stupid question. Why? Let me let you hear the question.
Nations, then, Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Because I want to. It's my choice. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Nobody's watching me right now. It's their choice. They can do whatever the fuck that they want to. If I want to run with Candace's theory until we get clearer evidence, that is my choice. So you're asking Candace a question that she can't answer. She can't answer why I'm rocking with her on the Patsy theory. Are you fucking stupid? It's a stupid question. I've deducted another point from you for that.
At the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a Patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a Patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
She just told you that she believes somebody put his gun there. Now, I understand what he's trying to do. This is good, but this is an old trick. If you was trying to beat a bitch in an argument, you re-ask her the question so she could give you a different answer. But I'll help the bitch on this one. She said it the first time. She believes that somebody else put the gun there, his gun there, which would put him in cahoots with somebody where he is the patsy because he is the one that is arrested in jail, facing the death penalty. That's how. Now, I understand that it sounds stupid, but that's how. But I understand what he's doing here.
Evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that
I might have to deduct another point. She just told you.
Using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you.
Andrew Wilson, I've watched you debate a lot of women. And the last thing that we all hate when we debate women is how they will use one word. So this is some gray fog area shit. I didn't say that word, but you know what the overall theme and tone of the tweet was. That you're on the side that the evidence that's the man who did it. So because I didn't quote you 100% correctly, no, that's a horrible bitch-made argument. We don't do that. Guys, Andrew's losing so far.
That's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just
said
you didn't say it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing.
Okay. They do get caught up in silly little arguments. And the reason why is because everybody's wrong and everybody's right. This whole argument is about you believe this, I believe that. Andrew's point is that man is in jail. Candace's point is they set him up. He's not a good enough shooter to shoot Charlie from far away. That's the argument.
Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
if it is, you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So it's funny because they should actually if I ever moderate an argument, I want a point system up there. And the reason why I want the point system up there, because I want the opponent to realize, hey, I'm losing. Let me tighten up. You understand?
Let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the.
And also to demoralize the opponent. Candace, and on my scorecard, I had Candace at about 9. But that's only because Andrew had 3, but then he lost 2 of them for doing stupid shit. So he would know to clean himself up, and also he would have a stupid look on his face like, oh, you taking points for that, Prince? Yes. I'm not having none of this bullshit while I'm the moderator. You know, oh, you put your hands on your head? Oh, you can't even keep frame? Oh, okay, point deducted. You are going to handle yourself well or get blown the fuck out.
5, did you delete it or no?
No,
did you delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for, he said it was
misspell.
his car. It was his, it was the.
Now, that's a great point, guys. Pay attention, man. They're bringing up your tweets. The shit that you do on the internet can and will be held against you. They're bringing up your tweets on positions that you might have taken as a form of exhibits and evidence for the debate. So if you say shit on the internet, you basically can't even be fooling around. But remember, you had said on your tweet that, so that's right? That was you, right? That shit is wild. Did you take the tweets down?
5, did you delete it or no?
No,
did you delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for, he said it was
misspell.
his car. It was his, it was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact.
Power up with the #1 electric.
Candace is cooking. Hold on.
Bike in the U.S.
Hold on.
Recognized by over 500,000
Hold
riders.
DNA on the.
Hold on. Hold on. Candace is cooking here. So she's bringing up his tweets and basically saying, you're doing,
he said
you're inferring as well.
Car. It was his, it was the car, and it was definitely the staircase. Fantastic. Provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's.
So that was a list. It was a list of things that Andrew believed. And Candace just said that's a 50-50 claim on your part, right in his face, right? And guess what he said? He said, but it's not an exhausting list. What the fuck does that mean? Brother, it's a list. Fuck you mean exhausting? I'm exhausted by the list. That's a lot of shit you packing up. And like I say, the only thing you got going for you is they actually have that man arrested. Candace is against why they arrested him. She believes that is more to the story. Why are y'all bothering the bitch? Why?
It's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said
I mean, basically, you're basically saying the bitch shouldn't be talking because for what reason? I can talk about it, but nobody's watching me, so you don't give a fuck. No, that bitch could say whatever she wants, make up any story that she wants. This shit is wild. You're picking at the bitch.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your own
did I
clip.
say that?
See, I keep telling y'all they get caught up in the nitpicky, stupid stuff.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say.
So the thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
Okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I said.
There's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
You said.
They get in the nitpicky stuff. Don't get caught up in that. I know the case well enough to know that the shit that they're doing right now is nitpicky. This is bullshit. Okay? Because he wrote the tweet. That's it.
That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Whoa, brother. Is it fair that she asked you a question about that tweet? Yes or no?
Is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not.
Right? I feel like that's fair,
but not.
I'm gonna give Candace another point because Andrew is he won't even answer a question. He's in a whirlwind. And while I was moderating, the scoreboard looks like 10-1 Candace right now. And I just put that extra point on there. So it's 11-1. And Andrew has to see that when I'm moderating. He's seeing that he's down 11-1 talking this stupid shit.
It's overwhelming. And this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right? I feel like that's fair.
But not exhaustive, just so you know.
I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making.
Yo, I'm going to start making it 1.5 or 2 points every time you cut the woman off. Every time you cut her off the point, because you done did it at least 3 times. 3 strikes you out. I'm making it 2 points from now on. This is your first warning and final warning. So I'm not going to take a point here, but every time after this is going to be 2 points.
Off of the testimony.
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able?
That is the point that Candace is making. I told you when he's losing, he starts acting like a biatch. He's acting like a biatch. I am very scared for him. I'm on his side, but he's losing.
You permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular,
I already told y'all how, because Tyler Robinson is in jail. That's the only point that this man has to stand on. Because he's in jail. That's why. But he's stupid, so he's going to lose.
Off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Andrew, I'm not Candace. I will take a point away from you. I'm going to take a point away from you. She asked you a question. How in that photo can you say that that's Tyler Robinson? Okay. Now, what he's doing, he's making a great point. No, it's a combination of evidence. But what she wants him to say is, I can't tell that that's Tyler Robinson. And he won't say it because he don't want to grant that so he could gain 2 points on the back end saying, well, he's in jail. But let's play.
With other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in
Robinson.
Yeah, so
off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this.
Because he's the one that's in jail. And once he says that, Candace going to say, well, I believe he got set up. And that's what this whole argument is about.
If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that up?
Yeah,
I
think that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he had some
on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry,
hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or texting.
Didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you about Lance's statement.
If you have a girlfriend for a while, I don't know how long their relationship was. I don't know how the rainbow shit go, but even if you have a friend or whatever, but girlfriend more importantly, you know what the bitch look like from a little bit of a distance or whatever the case is. You understand?
Would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April.
So now what happened is this. Candace is keeping her cool.
20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the
it
overwhelming
was.
majority.
Well, I mean, and that's
right, Candace. That is the point that he's beating you on. He got 3 points for that way back. So if you get, I have deducted, but if you try to dispute it again, then I'll give him the points back.
I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not.
No, it's not backtracking. It's the same lose. Okay, I'll give you the 3 points, Andrew. Andrew gets 3 points because Candace is the same losing point she had earlier, which gave Andrew the 3 points. So I may give him 3 plus 1. Okay, Candace, you must understand. If you say it's hearsay, that means that the bullets and the fingerprints that you say is not hearsay, we have to scrap that. So you don't want to scrap that. So I have to give him 4 points.
Backtracking at all? What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not back.
I don't know if you've heard, but Ike sounds.
Candace, I'm a great moderator. I got your back. You lost 4 points.
1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay. under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson.
Candace,
Okay,
you lost
his boyfriend
this
is that
point.
100% it was him. So versus on campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also wears, that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find?
This is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
What, Andrew? What are you talking about? Do you have a different position now?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's
So
end it on what you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay,
that's a good idea, folks. We're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei. They remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, and countless changes of power. Today, that Christian presence is in serious danger. One father in the West Bank put it simply. He said, quote, "I don't want to leave. My family is buried here. My church is here." In Taipei, the church is more than a place of worship. It's a school, a medical clinic, a food distribution center, and a safe gathering place for families. When the church can no longer serve the community, families begin to leave, and a living Christian presence in the Holy Land begins to disappear. But you can help. Just $35 provides a full day of protection and support for vulnerable Christian families, and $83 a month can help sustain that protection throughout the month. I support the Vulnerable People Project because 93% of every donated dollar goes directly toward protecting vulnerable families and communities on the ground. If preserving a living Christian presence in the Holy Land matters to you, visit vulnerablepeopleproject.com. Again, that's vulnerablepeopleproject.com. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever but still falling behind every month? Between grocery prices, bills, and credit card debt growing, it can feel impossible to get ahead. Minimum payments aren't designed to get you out of debt. They're designed to actually keep you stuck, but PDS Debt can help. They can reduce up to half of what you owe on credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills, and it starts with a free 30-second assessment at pdsdebt.com/Candace. Stop juggling multiple payments and get one lower monthly payment. The savings begin the day that you complete the quick assessment. If you're carrying any balance on your credit cards, it's costing you money every single day. There's no minimum credit score that's required. PDS Debt is the top-rated company in the industry with thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating on the BBB. So get your free 30-second personalized assessment today at pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. I also want to tell you guys about the Wellness Company because by now you've probably heard that there is an explosive outbreak in the U.S. this summer. More than 18,000 confirmed and suspected cases of cyclosporiasis have now been nationwide, and Michigan health officials have confirmed the first 2 United States deaths associated with that outbreak. The CDC says the illness is caused by cyclospora, a microscopic parasite commonly spread through contaminated fresh produce. It can cause severe stomach cramps, nausea, fatigue, and other debilitating symptoms. If you get sick, the CDC recommends Bactrim. That's why the Wellness Company created the medical emergency kit with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25 common illnesses and medical emergencies, all prescribed before you need them. Getting your kit is simple. You complete a secure online medical questionnaire. If it's approved by a licensed physician, your kit ships directly to your door. So don't wait until you're sick to wish that you were prepared. Visit twc.health/Candace and use code Candace at checkout to save up to $45 off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/Candace. Kits are available for United States residents only.
You're telling the truth. And that was a lie. A lie.
Yeah, so they took a break, man. Just remember, Candace got paid $300,000 to make it happen.
It was a lie.
All right.
And that was a lie.
So right now, Candace is up. Well, Candace, she lost a little bit of her lead back again because she went back to an old argument that she lost 3 points on. And being that she did that, I gave Andrew 4 points. So the score is 12-4. Candace is up on Andrew 12-4.
And that was a lie.
So that's what's going on so far. I mean, what we are witnessing is white man pays black woman $300. Well, she could have sent the shit back and they could have just set us all up for viewership. But let's stick to the story. $300,000 to sit and talk about the death of Charlie Kirk, on why they say the guy is in jail is the correct guy, and why Candace says she does not believe that's the correct guy. She believes that it's more people behind Charlie Kirk getting killed instead of some random ass nigga in Utah who can't hit a target at the gun range, but he could shoot Charlie in the middle of a crowd. So that's the whole argument. Okay. After that happened, Candace started researching the people that was around Charlie. And it found a lot to believe that the people that around Charlie, most of their families were in the Marines and military and connected with special ops, special divisions, military arms ahead of its time, and all these different things. And then she started getting into who was Erica Kirk and her family. And that's when the shit hit the fan. The shit hit the fan because Candace was exposing the fact that Erica Kirk could not be as graceful as Charlie when it came to speaking about everything that Charlie spoke about. And the fucked up part about it is Candace was right. Everybody knows Erica can't talk. You see what I'm saying? So she's basically saying, well, hold the fuck up. If Erica can't talk, and now y'all got all of Charlie's alleged sworn enemies, but you know how this political shit is. They're all enemies that go to dinner and very cordial with one another. Well, until somebody get their ass shot, then it's not that. So after Charlie gets shot, Candace is black, and she's wondering how you let the people that smoked your cousin come around and get money with y'all and do all these other things. That pissed Turning Point off, because all new people that might have rallied around Turning Point because Charlie died, Candace was turning those people away. And Turning Point got very, very upset. So the last thing that these people are debating is the trial. This is about Candace talking bad about Turning Point, talking about how they got $400 million after Charlie died, how Erica Kirk got $20 million of Charlie's stuff. And that's where all this shit went to. You understand? This shit ain't about who killed Charlie. And that's why everybody said Andrew was going to lose, because everybody knows it's not about who killed Charlie. But Andrew, do you think you have the guts to come up and say, why are you talking about, well, maybe he will. It's going to be a long debate. Andrew have the guts to say, why are you trying to tear Turning Point down? That's the real argument. Candace trying to tear Turning Point down. Now, the point of this debate, I still don't understand. It's not going to make Candace not have fans anymore and make them believe that, and it might not make Turning Point not have fans. And that's when we say she is a controlled op, because nobody's going to lose fans here. This same 50-50 debate will happen. They think he didn't kill Charlie. They think he did kill Charlie.
Is this your kitchen?
But
what
the
about
problem
now?
is,
with OXO Food Storage?
The problem is Candace is talking about the new president of the company, which is Erica Kirk. Okay? That's the problem.
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now.
Candace had 25,000 waiting. We're watching Candace's channel. She got 230,000 watching, like a damn TV network.
We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast.
Now think about it. The white man. And I don't know why Turning Point ain't want to be a part of this. They're stupid. They should have fucking live streamed it. And because it's supposed to be all about Charlie. But anyway, Candace has more live streamers than the white man and the rest of them, showing the impact that they have against Turning Point and the rest of them. And they don't like that.
Do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it.
Now, that's a great point that he's making. And like I said, it'll never happen again, because obviously we have no good hip-hop artists that people don't look up to. And when it comes to speaking and setting up shit like that, we don't have it. All we have is battle rap left. So I want battle rap to take this sort of approach. Oh, you got to start what is it? Kick, sing, go. Go, sing, give, sing, go. Crowd fund this shit. We can do it.
This is free flow. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text.
Whether you have common sense or not, it's your right to not believe that. Let's go.
Message, but then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also as a Helldivers
novelist
player. He did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. We start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
Everyone on the same day.
Yes, I think Fed slop is a buzzword for the count. Yes, that's fair.
Of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just your general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true. Is it?
That's true.
To be reliable hearsay.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well,
hang on. Even if it is a cool story, it's on me as a viewer to watch it and be entertained by it. Why are you mad at her?
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
What is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said it the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I did But we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the.
We're innovating.
You're horrible. Candace Owens box investigation. You're horrible, Bernie.
Even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews. But also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington.
Now, I know you guys may be getting caught up a little bit, but understand something. This is how Turning Point and Candace Owens was supposed to work together. They was all supposed to be coming together, doing debates like this for the money like they are, to figure out this whole Charlie thing, even if it was staged, to have different sides of it to try to get to the bottom of it for entertainment on Charlie's good name the way that they are doing now. But this is war between Erica and Candace. And they can't sit in front of each other or it's going to get violent.
Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just?
Hey, Bernie, do you know anything about the case? I want somebody up here that I can question. Let's go.
Correct.
It's not correcting. That
misinformation.
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. Wow. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah,
we don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say, involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just.
Well, what are you disputing?
Providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually
Don't
discover
you
the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
They paid Candace $300,000.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case,
I'm going to disagree with Andrew. It's a lot of people, especially in the Black neighborhood, that die, and people are innocent, guilty, whatever. And even if they made a bunch of noise, it wouldn't matter. But a lot of times people, they make the best noise that they could within the courtroom. So saying that the parents would jump out and do this and do that, you had Tory Lane's father did it. So you get some parents that do and some parents that don't. But it always should be fought in the courtroom, because once your ass is had by the law, you got to fight to get out.
And your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case. You would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
No. They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
The defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it...
Sometimes they get caught up in silly arguments. We're supposed to be talking about the Charlie stuff, but they get caught up like this. They've been doing this sometimes.
But they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened.
Clearly, you haven't been in the Black community. Okay, so you could just cut that shit out, Andrew. It happens in the Black community all the time.
This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you. Is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second.
Now we're getting here. We got King Disagreeable in the building. Hopefully we got Bernie. But this is the argument right here, guys. This whole debate is not about Charlie. It's not about who killed Charlie. This debate is about this right here.
What I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
That was
why are you upset when people are going against what you're saying as a story of entertainment, debate, whatever? Listen to what he says.
Limitation of the claims that you made.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made,
if that was now this is white people talk. If that was the limitations of the claims that you have made, because the claims that you have made was not about who killed Charlie. The claims that you have made is Erica Kirk is not fit to run Turning Point. Erica Kirk is letting other people who were Charlie's enemies come be a part of Turning Point. Your claim is Erica, Kirk, and them are snakes around Charlie. Your claim is everybody around Charlie should be working with you instead of against you. And then you started exposing their family members. Okay? That's why he came here. This shit ain't about no Charlie.
On to reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be.
So why do you have a problem? Because she's talking about Erica, Kirk, Turning Point, and how she's influencing young people not to fuck with Turning Point and the Republican, conservative, or whatever. And that's not the problem in America. The problem in America is women. Okay? But it's funny that he's up here arguing for this stupid shit. Let's go.
For that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist.
So we're clear. You've been making money off being the opposition to Candace with the Charlie Kirk murder. We got that clear. So you're mad that she's making money, but you're making money too. This shit is ridiculous. Let's go.
Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them.
Target acquired.
I'm glad they put a commercial on this nigga.
Activating RGB.
The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that where you.
So she does not have the freedom to talk about whatever she wants to talk about. That's what the fuck he's saying. Because she's talking about Erica Kirk's mother who's sick. She's talking about everybody. Old Marines, old military people. She is going in. That's why he's here.
Its cases here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or.
Okay, so it's wackadoo stuff. Andrew, this is a bad debate by you, Pimpin'. Let me explain something to you. If I want to listen to Candace's wackadoo, that's my choice. Just because you said it's wackadoo don't mean I can't be happy that a monkey black bitch get to talk and make money off you niggas. I'm happy for the shit, even though I don't even rock with the bitch. But I like it. Her running her mouth got you niggas paying $300K, calling her bullshit wackadoo and mad because I'm watching it. I'm insignificant, but clearly you're mad at her because I'm watching it.
Because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far.
Andrew, there is no problem. Candace can talk about whatever the fuck she wants to talk about. Just like Trump, me, or anybody else. This is a bad argument. You can't muzzle no bitch.
Whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
if the
lecture?
state is allowed to use,
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage. Meaning,
Candace, they didn't pull up any of your clips yet. What's that bitch named? Skylar? Just fire that bitch. She should have the cast. Once you say that bitch name, she's supposed to be fishing for the clip. Okay?
Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that.
Because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need to.
There's no disagreement.
Right. Okay. Let's go, Candace.
That she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
many,
you decide that
claims,
it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said.
We should discuss the screwdriver as
well.
well.
And I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
All right. Now, this, I would say, is a fancy way of asking, why do you think, higher up people have something to do with this? That's what he's basically asking the bitch.
You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case,
he's saying you should be held accountable for talking about BB and Trump or anybody. You should be held accountable for that. I paid you $300,000 to hold you accountable for bringing these people up. Shit getting real. Shit getting real.
Then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of
this is the major substance. Why are you talking about everybody else instead of the Charlie Kirk stuff? Why are you talking about Erica? Why are you talking about all these other people, BB and everybody? This is the major part. I tried to tell you.
Have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence.
Hey, this shit getting scary, pimp. Anybody that that believe in the white man and all of that shit, right? You would get scared now. He's basically trying to force the bitch, say that shit you've been saying so that everybody could hear it, so they could put a hit out on you. That's fucked up. It's getting scary, guys.
You want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is
substance.
Me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure.
And those are the things that.
Right. She made up a bunch of stories. So is she allowed to do that? What are we talking about? You guys get it now? You get it?
The state's theory.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about.
Candace, this is like these gladiators and hyenas, they know how to pick up on when trouble is around. I see where this is going. You want to talk about Erica, what you want to do? I know what you're here for. I know you, Mr. Fuck You, man.
Sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA.
Like to talk.
You heard him? He said, yeah. He said, yeah. You heard him? He said, yeah.
Move into opinions. If you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA.
Yeah. Just like we said from the fucking beginning. Just like my thumbnail shows you. That's what this shit is about. Because we broke this thing down from a relationship standpoint. Okay?
Say
like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it. I'm totally happy to do that, but I just want to say that I do not feel because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Question for you.
But I am sorry.
You know what she just did? You know what? Hey, King Disagreeable, Bernie, if you're there. You know what she just did? If you was watching battle rap and like a battle rapper just finished their round, they would be like 1-0, 2-0. And it kind of demoralizes the other battler, and the battler will be like, no, hell no. So she just basically said 1-0. I beat you that round. Watch this.
First of our actual debate claims, I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
So she said 1-0, 1-0. He said, hell no, hell no.
Of our actual debate claims, I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. We have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that
nigga, this is live. This is live. Nigga, look how much time. Look, I've been stopping it. We way behind. I've been stopping it.
The source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would.
The essence of driving is
some funny shit, man.
gripping the road.
When we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that, because
when she says the name, her team's supposed to pull up that bitch.
I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on
You're a funny dude. Yeah, this is live. We doing like the Whiteys do. All the Whiteys are covering this. But I'm going to tell you that it's still that same stain. It's the same stain that everybody's covering. They're trying to make Erica the bad girl, which we don't respect that. All of the bitches are the bad girl. They wish they could be Erica Kirk. You understand me? They all are her. Besides Candace and all of the married ones. You understand? But Candace, she's a hybrid. She is her, but married at the same time. Why, Prince? This bitch went and got some white royalty She is an apex gladiator. You hear me? She went and got white royalty on you niggas, B.
13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car...
That's a trigger word, guys. Saying Erica is a trigger word. Do not bring up the queen.
That they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital. They had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale. That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should.
If you feel bad for her, or if you feel bad for her, or if you think that's sweet, Candace is triggering people. Let's go.
Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have.
Gladiator versus gladiator. Gladiator versus gladiator.
That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth.
Another point for Candace. And we all know if you get stuck, if your stuff gets stuck in evidence, you got to go get that. It's common. Facts. Feds kept my money counter till it was an antique. Wow.
Do you get that?
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed it. Yeah. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of.
Here we go. This when you know some bullshit is about to come, guys. This is about Candace talking about Erica, BB, and all of these other people that really has nothing to do with the case, but Candace went and brought their names up. Hundreds of people, Erica's sick mother, all sorts of families.
Crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, you know, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended.
You can say what you want, but we want you to defend what you say. Once you defend what you say, we could say you're wrong. What the fuck is the point?
Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
Sure. And then we'll talk Erica, Kirk, and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
What I tell y'all? What did I tell you? Now, they said 3.5 minutes. I should be able to fast forward it. We don't have to take the break. We're so behind. We could go right into it. Let's go. It's about Erica Kirk. Okay, guys? Let me show you something really, really quick, guys, because you are the men that understand what's going on here. You are the niggas that deal with these bitches. You hear me? You are the ones that can break this down. You heard? Before we get into Miss Kirk,
make sure that you don't get.
Yeah, look, the man has to, and it will be honeymoon
funds.
Having families.
Yesterday.
We have lots of questions. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. How would you tell young married couples who are going to start having families to prepare/ready their marriage for the changes that come with it?
Here we go. I just want to give y'all an idea of a few things. What you talking about now, Prince? The reason why Erica Kirk would never debate Candace, that's first and foremost. Bitch don't know how to talk. Why does she not know how to talk? Because she doesn't have to. She is the queen. She does not need to. When does she talk? When she has her simp Charlie around and when she's paid to do so as the queen. 400 million. Watch my queen.
It's a great question. Okay, first and foremost, always remember to put your spouse first.
Get premarital counseling.
Always remember to put your spouse first. Erica, the queen. Talk, queen.
Premarital counseling. Put your spouse first.
Save money.
Save money. Oh, instead of investing in a bunch of clothes that they'll grow out of really quickly, they should have a, you know how people do honeymoon funds?
Well, these are young married couples. Got it. Not single ones. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, that's good.
Yeah.
So instead of doing, you know how they do the honeymoon fund, they should do a fund where it's overnight help if they don't have a family member to help them.
I totally agree. I think that wedding directories, there's so much money wasted.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I want a blender. I want a knife. And my experience, most people don't even use all that stuff.
No.
It should just be, give us money. Just give us money, and it will be honeymoon fund or save money fund. We did a honeymoon fund, and it was great.
Yeah.
And
it was special.
It was totally special.
Because those memories are way more important than
So how would you tell young
George Foreman
married
grill.
couples who are going to start having families to prepare, ready their marriage for the changes that come with?
Erica, once again, how would you tell the young couples to get busy with a marriage, you boss bitch?
Yeah, look, the man has to, I mean, I'll be very honest, the man has to start earning enough money where the wife.
Charlie, shut your simp ass up.
You don't get so hyper fixated on the birth process once you're about to have a child. Like, don't be so fixated and obsessed with, I am going to have a child on my couch, in my living room, free birth, no drugs, and then leave no room for God's will if that totally does not happen. Because I know we had a birth plan, and the only thing that went to plan on that birth plan was that we had a child.
That's right.
Everything else
We had a great
went out the window.
We had a great OB. May he rest in peace. Terrible story.
It's so sad.
So what young married couples, look, keep your.
All right, you get it. The bitch don't know how to talk. All right, what more you what more you want me to say? That's my bitch. She doesn't have to talk, guys. She's the queen. You get it? But Charlie's not here anymore to cover every word for the bitch. So she's not going to debate Candace.
To say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so
right. Charlie Kirk is the man. Charlie Kirk is good. He know how to do that shit.
I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless.
Because remember, listen, I got caught up in this bullshit from a relationship standpoint. I had realized that, oh shit, Charlie married a bitch that was 30-something and he was a virgin and he had money. Now, I'm a simp. I know what the fuck a simp is. So we start breaking it down and we start realizing, oh shit, Charlie would have loved to have married Candace and broke all stereotypes. He had looked up to Candace. He cherished the ground Candace walked on. But white power broke the ties unless they was married. So they got to Charlie before he could ever, but Candace wasn't going to marry the nigga. She thought he was a dork. You know what I'm saying? So they broke the ties. The bigger people said, we ain't donating. Get rid of the bitch. Candace went elsewhere. And that basically was the story until Charlie died. Candace was doing, I ain't watch it, but from going through her videos after the Kirk shit, she was doing Michael Jackson mysteries and all sort of stupid shit. This is right up her alley. Yeah. Yeah, this bullshit is right up her alley. And then I had to realize, well, damn, you was with Charlie and Trump and everybody. You are a control opposition. Unreal. What could make me think this is real?
Painless.
They all know each other. They're going to dinner after.
Right. So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims. And then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. So direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
Candace, you could say no, Candace. I'm going to take a point away from you. You could say no. Let's move on.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to.
No, Candace, don't do that. Let the heat turn up. It's not attacking you or anything. He's basically asking you questions. I think that question was fair so far. Let him cook.
To speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating this.
No, I understand that. But what's happening right now? Remember, King Disagreeable, this ain't about whose fingerprints was on the gun. Stay with me. This is about relationships. This ain't about whose fingerprints was on the gun. That's why I want Candace to answer that, because he's going to move to some Erica Kirk shit in which she does not have to answer. You see what I'm saying? I understand what's happening here. I want her to move past this so we could get to where we all know this is supposed to be. But I think that break might have gave Candace the opportunity to not answer. He had her when he had her.
It's still
no, it's not a debate. Now this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
What I tell you, this ain't about no Charlie Kirk, brother. Stay with me. This is about a black monkey bitch talking about a bunch of white people, and for some odd reason, this nigga think he can just go ask this. This shit is wild. Let's go. It's worth 300,000. Candace, answer the question.
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say this. I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well,
when you stay with Choice Hotels, you get more of the experiences you value. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I said I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her.
Right. And they wanted to pay you $300,000 for that. Don't you get it, sister? That's why we told your dumb black ass, don't mix it up. But if you're going to get this money. Right? That's what we tried to tell you. But you're getting the money, so enjoy it. Hey, if it helps you any, it don't matter. Black people don't give a fuck about each other anyway. But look, this is the part of the game you play when you deal with white people.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
What I tell you, King Disagreeable, King Disagreeable, what did I tell you? All that other shit is bullshit. Okay? 300K to embarrass a famous gladiator is nothing. You see how those A-rated? Yeah, that's what I say. I don't give a damn. I mean, one thing that we are all pissed off about is how Officer Tatum, the only one that got the plug with Israel. Why we ain't plugged in?
Can you give me?
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get.
Candace, sense what's happening here.
Do for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put.
That is what he wants to get her to say out loud again. So the higher ups can see this shit, if you ask me.
But on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis.
Right. The fact that you're here even asking about them people as an American is the reason why. She can't break it down like we can, but that's what we're saying. The fact that you're even asking, pimp, is a lot of times the reason why. Stupid. Another point for Candace. So we had like 17-6.
Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took.
Now, Andrew don't know nothing about none of this stuff, only from what Candace been saying. He's not in on the whole turning point to know about the Hamptons, in great detail.
Place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
would
have
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things. And yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird.
I told you, don't speak on BB.
And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture.
Now you understand, King Disagreeable? They got like more people watching this right now that's watching Fox and all that. They got about 1 million people watching, and she's bringing up BB and them in a negative way.
Of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated?
Nobody said Erica did that. Erica had nothing to do with it. She is just the queen who benefited from it, and she want to assume the position. But the video that I'm playing you is how she's giving women advice how to be a wife, stay at home and everything. But she's a boss bitch. And everyone, Candace is mad at her for that.
Participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Like I said, this is about sitting down, grilling a nigga.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Now, if Candace has the video and Candace has said that, what does that mean? What does it mean?
Yeah. He said evidence that
I ain't going to stop watching. Nobody's going to stop watching. Everybody's a fraud. Who gives a fuck? Everybody's trying to entertain everybody, man. If you choose to watch the bitch, you choose to watch. Nobody chooses to watch me. That's their choice.
They killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority.
The woman's entertaining. She's putting on faces. She's changing octaves. She's having a good time. But the problem is, Charlie was her friend.
How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there.
That bitch got a whole group of white boys going crazy, scrapping up clips, talking, right? Calls from BB. I mean, all you got to remember, he went on Officer Tatum's platform after Charlie died.
With full confidence. Okay. I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
A claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim,
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you're
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I did say I think.
It's with full confidence.
Yes. that
you would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That man wants the black woman to answer for the shit that she has said. Wow.
Walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think.
Hello.
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate.
Right.
And now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know.
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is?
No.
No, I don't give a fuck. The bitch is batshit crazy. I be watching this shit. I'm gonna confess. I watch this shit. The bitch is batshit crazy. I don't give a fuck. I don't think anybody gives a fuck. It's all TV. You basically telling me everything on TV is bullshit. Everything on TV is bullshit. But I'm supposed to hold Candace to some real shit. No. Everything on TV is bullshit. Are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. Brother, the reason why this is bad for you because Candace is a married woman. Yes, it's to a white man, but she's a married woman. She did right by the regular relationship standards. All this other cultural shit I can bypass for now. So when you deal with a relationship, it basically plays against all cultures. If a man is talking, you know how to conduct yourself. Don't fucking embarrass me when you out here amongst men and you know, I gotta come do some shit. So she knows how to conduct herself. You understand? And that's what he don't understand. When you're in a relationship, you have now I had a homie, my homie Flav, his wife got us into so many fights and shootouts, it don't make sense. She does not know how to conduct herself, and she knows we're coming to, well, she knows Flav is coming, but then she don't care, but she knows that we're coming to back Flav up. I done got in fights and all sorts of shit because of homie wife. Yo, son, we at the park playing basketball. Flav come over there. Yo, come with me, son. This nigga, blah, 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 blah. We get over there. It's a nigga that rolled with my cousin Country, my older cousin Country, Timmy, who I call my cousin, right? Right? So, we go over there. It's Timmy. with his crew, but my cousin Country ain't there. I don't know the other niggas, but I know Timmy, so I'm backing up. But turns out Timmy, this was back in the days. I didn't know Timmy was Flav Girl's baby mama. Okay, this is when I learned baby mama drama. Tim's girl, well, Flav's girl was Tim's baby mama. And Flav was the new guy. We was young. Tim was older cousin Country's age, right? We go over there. They over there. We go up in their backyard and shit like that. And so we saying, I guess Flav's like, yo, what's up or whatever. Yo, the bitch Wendy died. Flav's still alive. Wendy died. Rest in peace. The bitch Wendy went and punched Timmy in the face to make sure that Flav was gonna fight. She jumped and punched Timmy in the face. Timmy went to go after her, and she knew that Flav would go after him for that. So boom, so I didn't know the nigga name at first, but turns out it was a nigga named Rodney who I had pushed up against an open hooded car, and then I had punched him. We was tussling at first. I guess I pushed him. Sometimes you black out. I pushed him against the car, and then I had hit him with the right. I'm lefty, but I had hit him with the right because I was holding him by his shirt with the left, right? And I hit him with the right, and he went down, but he was a skinny nigga, but he went down. So now I'm looking for somebody else, and my homie LA was over here with another nigga, so I went over there and helped him. And over there, Timmy, because I'm not jumping in Timmy. I know Timmy. So Flav and Timmy over there doing that. So the shit, because we all by the hands now, ain't no weapons. You know what I'm saying? So boom. I guess Flav did him or whatever happened. Anyway, so we did that. And I would say that that bitch had Flav in more and more trouble after that, man, because Flav and Wendy, they like to go to the local bars and all this shit, and that bitch just always got this nigga in some shit, man. Crazy work. Thanks for listening, pimp.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public.
A slow Mac drags you
that
down.
Shit was evil. She was a wicked bitch.
Drip to them. Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that.
Every time we come across,
I think it was like 2015 when she died. Now, at that time, let me tell you what happened, King Disagreeable. I was doing shows. On camera on Facebook locally when she died. And I wish I'd have still been doing shows from then. But anyway, so she dies, right? And I was doing shows, so I had the voice of the hood. So when she died, I was going, do a show, about rest in peace Wendy or whatever. And bitches was telling me, nah, don't do that. That bitch got too many enemies or whatever. They was like, that bitch got too many enemies. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't mind being an old head pimp.
Any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course. But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
So it's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well, that's not what I'm probing specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. Mm-hmm. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it? If I'm
not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions. You're sounding
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher up tell you that he was
to,
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
they said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response.
What I tell you, this is about this is about them paying Candace to go over here and talk about all of the big wigs that she's been talking about. Shit is wild.
Response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specific.
Oh boy, here we go. We talking about government and allegiances and all. This is wild shit.
Who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case.
Yes.
Because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
It seems.
Oh boy.
Reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship
Wait,
with Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I
This ain't got nothing to do with the debate. It never was supposed to be about no debate. It's about getting to Candace, talking about big wigs.
sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you
Like, who the fuck gives a fuck about Candace that much? This is bullshit.
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and
These motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you, Candace. This is bullshit.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following. If they contact you to say, Is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was, they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
Let
government.
me ask one question.
But
Let me
what he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
in.
Let me just ask one question, and then
Yo, they jumping the bitch. They jumping her.
I'm gonna bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing.
Because he ain't got no question for Andrew. Because it would be about the Charlie Kirk. It would be about the Charlie Kirk case. But that's not what they're here for.
It now, the I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel?
Homie, you don't give a fuck. This is bullshit.
Was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do.
Uh-oh, Candace ain't playing. They just want her to say these words with a bunch of people watching so the bitch can have a target. It's fucked up. This is getting scary.
Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people.
But Candace, the reason why everybody's there, because she's trying to get it back to the case. The thing is, they don't want you to be against that. They don't want that.
Keep saying she has no evidence. It's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Here we go. Here we go. Bernie, what's good? Right. He keep talking about these sources. Right. Now, what do I think about the sources? What I think about the sources, I believe that I don't give a fuck. It's all entertainment, man. It don't make sense why he's even asking that. You hear me? Who gives a fuck? Guess what everybody knows? She was with Charlie. Charlie was with Trump. She was with Trump and them. The bitch got sources or not. Who gives a fuck? She could make like she got sources because the facts was she was with Charlie and Trump and the Israel and all of them. So we'll believe her. It doesn't matter. Trying to get her to reveal information. They want the leak before they delete her. Right. It's getting scary. I'm glad somebody can understand what I mean when I say that. It's getting scary, nigga. This is about talking about bigwigs, not no damn Charlie.
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is,
it's getting scary, pimp.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have
can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I
That's all this shit is about, man. You can't make me stop watching Candace because you trying to get her to expose bigwigs or she's making up a fake story. I don't give a fuck. It's fun.
Like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would
my fault.
You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
Yes.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
Well,
saying what I think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why.
Candace, you just said yes in a roundabout way. I'm going to take a point away from you. It was very stupid. All you had to say was yes. Because you basically said, well, they're not answering questions, so I shouldn't. So if they was, then you would say yes, right? Come on. You say yes, but they're not answering.
About that, you want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not
yes, but they're not answering
our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that
problem.
Oh, she went after another big name, Andrew.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the base,
that's the problem. She's turning the crowd against Turning Point and their money.
Basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
that's what this is all about, blaming Candace for the TP stuff. Now, if you want to know my thoughts about it, I think they should have got with Candace early, told her this is what we're doing. You understand? Because clearly they don't want her making the money, and they would have been able to control the money she was getting. And she could have wrote her book later in life. But they went, nah, she's a black monkey. We'll be able to silence that bitch. We'll all form together. But she got the people.
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm
I
ground
think
zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that
whoa. Let's stop the show for 1 second. See, because they keep trying to blame Candace for this shit right here. This is what they blaming Candace for.
And try to identify a problem or a pornography. I should.
Before we go to that next question, I think it's because you mentioned gossip. I think it's really important that women do not gossip to their friends about their husband.
Mm-hmm.
Because first of all, friends can be very unforgiving when it comes to certain things with husband, but what you talk about with your spouse behind closed doors needs to stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Goes through one ear and literally ends at the other ear. And you do not share it. You do not repeat it. You have to continually invest in the confidence in one another that you're on the same team. You support each other. You love each other. You're not going to undercut each other. You are not going to sabotage one another unknowingly because you're trying to impress a friend that you have a husband that does XYZ. And wives, do not compare your husband to other women's husbands. Like, Hank does XYZ so well with a hammer. Well, my husband doesn't do that. Like, what your husband's good at, someone else's husband might not be good at. So just like, love your husband, love him so much that, and understand and hold in your heart that God has put you guys together for a reason to have a beautiful family, and children are a blessing from the Lord. And don't forget your husband in the process, and don't forget your husband in the chaos of having kids. Now we can go to the next question.
No.
Don't forget your husband. Don't forget, because you women ain't shit. I know how you bitches are. You'll just forget your husband. You women are piece of shit bitches. It's the story you hear everywhere, but nobody wants to really say it.
They could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually
Here we go.
participated?
See? That's why I played that clip, y'all. I know what this is about. This is about Queen Erica. She's my favorite bitch. I wish I could be the bitch's step daddy. I would be the perfect husband for the bitch. I understand who she is. I told Erica Kirk, look, go get you another man. Don't do this alone. Get you another man, boo. Fuck these people, man. Charlie gone. Get you a man, a nice, good stepfather. Let him run Turning Point. That's what you need to be doing. But nobody's giving her the real advice.
It had foreknowledge of or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've
right
that is on my podcast, I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so,
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization.
That's what he's here to talk about. He's not here to talk about who killed Charlie.
Like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit.
Oh boy, here we go. This is all about Erica, guys. I'm trying to teach you niggas. Gladiator versus gladiator. Gladiator versus gladiator. I'm trying to teach you niggas about bitches, man. Don't you get it? These are the apex predators, Candace and Erica, marrying royal white niggas. They are the best of the best. Erica's so good, she sent a nigga who argues with bitches to come on over and do her bidding. That's my bitch.
You guys want to play that video?
Yeah. Could also just ask.
And so right now,
because they won't play the main video. They won't play the video that I should have went and got, where Candace said, look, the only thing that was new in Charlie's life was you, Erica. I was his wingman, but I didn't vet you properly. They got rid of me before I could get up in there. Yeah. You left Charlie and Nicole and you let Erica get him. That's on Candace. Nobody's going to talk about that.
now their guys are going out and they're going to look for.
Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah. Could also just ask.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
now, why she can't say that? And what is the point of that during this debate about who killed Charlie? I'm going to give Candace another point. This is bullshit, but I like it. Gladiator versus Gladiator.
What?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler...
Why do you give a fuck? I'm going to give Candace another point. Who the fuck you think you talking to? I thought this was about Charlie. What are we doing?
Don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
What are we doing? That's not the point. Candace has the right to believe that she forgave that nigga too quick in her estimation, and she can disagree and say that bitch might have something to do with it if she forgave somebody that fast. Somebody killed my husband, I forgive the nigga the next day on some Jesus shit. Candace didn't like it. Problem is, we agree with Candace, but I agree for a different reason. I understand most bitches would do it too. Erica's not on an island. Most bitches would do it for 400 million or 20 million as well.
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that
fuck, why do you give a fuck?
Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you
didn't. Right. They're not playing the whole clip. Who the hell would forgive their husband the next day? What is wrong with you? And Candace has her right to that. And I have the right to watch Candace say it.
Confidence
Okay,
coming
well,
in
tell me,
debate. So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that?"
Now, Candace's team's supposed to go get that clip right away. It shouldn't be on me to go get that clip. Candace's team has been handling this shit wrong from a clip standpoint, while Andrew's team be throwing up clips.
Tyler Robinson did this, and she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her, and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could.
Uh-oh. Gladiator versus Gladiator. Do you see my thumbnail, Bernie? My thumbnail tells the real story. This ain't about no fucking Andrew Wilson versus no fucking Candace. This is about Charlie being a simp, Candace saying no, he's not, Erica saying yes, the fuck he is. I got him. Beat it, Candace. You shouldn't have never left him. I got him.
Conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said
Candace don't want to sit there and take her loss. She took Charlie, nigga. And Candace is like fighting after, Charlie's dead.
Complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know.
Create PDF spaces.
I'm going to bring it back.
Connect your docs.
And again, why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's
a million people watching and Candace is throwing shots at Megyn Kelly for misrepresenting. Let's go, Gladiator.
And people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool?
She forgave him the day after her husband was dead. That's what Candace is supposed to say. And he's supposed to say, oh, so she shouldn't be able to do that as a good faith loving Christian. And she's supposed to say, shit, a lot of people won't. And they're just stuck right there at that argument. Okay? It's a stupid argument, but the fact is that is the answer.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit,
that was not the answer, Candace. Candace, you should have went emotional. She forgave the nigga the day after, and he gonna say so she can't do that, and you say most people won't, and you be stuck there. Okay, Candace?
With Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was,
complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not.
There you go, Candace. There you go. There you go. She forgave the nigga the next day.
Ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told.
But Candace, why can't she forgive the man that killed her husband? And why can't a day after or two, she be on a Zoom call having fun? Why can't she do that after her husband died? That's what they're basically asking Candace.
Me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that.
This is all about Erica, guys. That's why my thumbnail is the accurate one. It's all about Erica, guys.
Meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with
they jumping up,
Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get.
All right, you shitted on Charlie. You left that nigga.
Pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the?
I was desiring that suburban life. I didn't want to be like the other Black women. I wanted to show that I could be a class B to a Erica Kirk type of bitch. I could be one of them. I didn't have to do it with Charlie. I got lucky somewhere else. At that point, Charlie was on his fucking own. We did enough together. I raised him better enough not to fuck with a bitch like Erica Kirk. As a virgin male with money, I would have never thought he would have went and not got a virgin for himself. He went and got a 30-something-year-old bitch. Candace left him out, knowing he wasn't qualified to get married, but she had her own life to worry about.
Running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie.
She left Charlie. Does the Black woman have to carry every community? Yes. Yes. Most Black women want to help people for a living. And they could say, I help people all the time. What about, can you give me 2 men that you may love to, that you respect, that you're not with anymore? Hell no.
But Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so
there we go, guys. Pay attention to the prince. I knew how much Charlie wanted to find love and how he was not qualified and how he needed a virgin, somebody that will kiss his ass, submit to his will, and understand his story, not some seasoned bitch. Everybody knows that.
Was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman.
No, you was not, bitch. I done broke that story down. You was not his wing woman. If you was, you picked the worst wife ever. He died on your watch, married. And you believe the bitch got something to do with it, and you damn sure mad she benefited from it.
Throughout that phase, and I was just happy, and I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending.
Right. This is the painful part, guys. She know that blood is on her hands. We have broken this down. She is the blame of why he's with Charlie as his self-proclaimed quote-unquote wingman. Now, what did we say about Charlie? You got to be one simp of a nigga to have a bitch as your wingman. You simp-ass nigga. So I don't give a fuck how many events you're talking at. You are a simp.
Happy, and I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah,
I don't go for it.
I actually don't I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah, so when I say,
brother, she just answered it. Okay, she said she forgive Tyler, and the way that Candace interprets it is like, hey, Erica did that so nobody else could look and investigate anything else. Case closed. He killed my husband. I forgive him. Don't look any further. Candace does not believe that. And that's why they are mad at her.
Hey, Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Uh-oh. Why, Bernie? Why, King Disagreeable? Because this was always about gladiator versus gladiator, man. What did Candace get to say right there? Erica's retarded, but used it from Andrew's tweet. She want to talk down on Erica. Erica wants to fuck her up. You understand me? This is where we are. Fuck all the money. But it's all about the money. You understand? She's trying to fuck Erica's money up. And her status and her fame. Erica will fuck her up for that. She's not debating this bitch. Are you crazy?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're
there we go. There we go. That's the Andrew I know. I think all women are retarded. Now that I'll give you a point. 1 point for Andrew. Stand strong. Okay? Stand strong.
No. So and what, and by the way, and what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because
right. 1 point for Candace. Andrew tweeted out Erica's too retarded to kill, but Andrew just put out a video a couple of days ago. I went to the Turning Point headquarters and I was hugging on retarded Erica. He didn't say retarded Erica. He said I was hugging on Erica Kirk. He was supposed to say I was hugging on retarded Erica Kirk. So that's where Candace is getting them. Let's go.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's
wow. Get him, Candace. Uh-oh. What changed your opinion about Erica Kirk? And that's why I framed it the right way for you guys. He was supposed to put on his tweet, I gave stupid, retarded Erica Kirk a big hug because I felt bad for her. And Turning Point, I was at Turning Point headquarters. Let's go, Candace.
So and
You
what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Boy, they killing my girl Erica. Yo, I love you, Erica. Erica, I know you don't like black people. Why do I know that? Because I love you. I know everything about you, boo. I love you. I would love to be with you. I will protect you.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So
You
and what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're
wow. Wow. Candace is beating you right here, Andrew. And that's one thing. If I ever debate, I know how to concede points that I may lose. I'm out here trying to accumulate points. And sometimes I may lose some, you know? Sometimes you got to take that point loss.
being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters.
No, you're going to make me take another point.
I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names, and
so what?
And called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her big.
Right. You went and hugged the bitch, and you were supposed to say, "Hey, I hugged retarded Erica today." That's how you say it, Candace.
Defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay.
Right. So after you met her, now she's not retarded, right?
But you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat.
But your team ain't going to have the clips, Candace. Your team really let you down. I'm going to take 2 points away from you, Candace, for your team. Now, you're not losing, but it's ridiculous.
Down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training.
They want to fucking doctor clips. You doctor some too.
That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
You did not call her retarded. Checkmate. No, just check.
I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation.
That's when you move your chess piece. And then we say again, check again.
We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there.
Check again.
When my wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages?
No. At what point did she stop being retarded in your estimation? At what will you call her retarded right now as a tongue in cheek? Call her retarded.
From that you cited in your opening statement.
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths.
That's what this story is about.
That perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well,
because I agree. Nobody can call my queen Erica retarded. That is my bitch. I am one of the few men that will marry her hands down, no questions asked, even if I get murked out. That is my bitch. I love her. She achieved the #1 goal that most women want, to marry a rich man, get rid of his ass, and run shit, and free with her pussy. Don't gotta listen to that nigga. I love Erica Kirk.
They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just
they could have had this conversation for free with Candace. Yeah, she's calling him a hoe, right? Because Turning Point could have had this conversation for free with Candace. You understand me? She got paid $300,000 for this hoe to come sit in front of her so she could talk what she thinks about Erica and everybody else. Because I don't understand the whole point of this shit. Candace is still going to have her fans. They're still going to have their fans. I don't get it.
Releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public.
You said she was retarded. His response was, but I had never met the chick. That's why you dealing with the prince. And I asked you, so after you met her, she's not retarded anymore, right? So Andrew, you're really disappointing me when it comes to a hardcore game. Fuck you mean she was retarded, but you never met the chick? What does that mean? You just said all bitches are retarded. Why would you take back your stance for Queen Erica? Because you're their whore. And that's fine, but I'm just saying it's the truth. Queen Erica is the top queen out here, man.
That rather than presenting
Candace is Queen B.
That throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also
let's go, guys.
Agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica. And now you're sitting here going,
well,
Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
No. And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded.
That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. It hurts. Andrew's really, really losing, man. But I understand because you got Queen Erica you got to look after. I get it.
I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere.
Whoa, kind of.
Well,
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist,
and then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon, like you just go into
right. Another 2 points for Candace. Let's go. Another 2 points for Candace. Erica Kirk is a feminist icon, hands down, just like most women want to be. Okay? Unfortunately, Erica don't have her husband, and Candace has her husband, and she's a feminist icon as well. Okay? She got her husband though, so she could play the game. See that? She's making babies. See that?
The headquarters, and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah,
see, Andrew knows, but Candace is beating him on this point. Erica's Queen A, Candace is Queen B. But you gotta understand women of our time to know that there's no difference, players. You know that.
I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. Okay. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right?
Yes.
But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared.
Yes, it can. If Erica still had her husband, Charlie. You see what I'm saying? Melania Trump is a girl boss. I mean, a lot of you women are. Megyn Kelly, all of you are. You don't give a fuck about men. You understand? Only thing we could do is get lucky and marry you bitches and be getting your pussy. That's about it. You are not out here giving a fuck about men.
Have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, that it makes sense why you're is, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right? And you're trying to find some new.
No, Andrew, you got this one wrong, player. I hate to break your heart. Erica's supposed to go get a new husband, and him and her run the shit. And they supposed to keep up American traditional values of the man, woman, and child to raise the family no matter what. Okay? Why? Because they got the money to do it. There's many men that'll take that position. She go get another husband, but they're looking at it all wrong. Instead of letting her run it, let her go get a husband and they run it as the family unit that Charlie wanted. Trying to make this bitch pussy a little too important for my liking. Everything will be fine if she just get another husband.
He is his children.
Everybody saying, oh, Erica shouldn't get another husband right away. What do you want the bitch to do with her pussy? I mean, come on. Don't sit there and be alone and let people say, hey, oh, you shouldn't be with nobody, just be alone. No. Get you another husband the way that you had it. Where you got men, your man, your monkey. Doing what you need him to do. You come out for speaking events. The whole Turning Point shit looks like it always look. Fuck what these people say about you getting another husband. They're saying something to you when you don't have one. Get yours, man.
Not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point US.
Sorry about that, man. That shit pissed me off, man. Let the bitch pussy go, be free. Are you kidding me?
Say that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
That is the pot calling the kettle black, Candace. Don't try to defend it. I'll give Andrew Wilson a point.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Let's not nitpick, guys. Let's move on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing.
That is the truth, Candace. He said that. Don't get another point taken. Let's move on.
Out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified.
I'm taking another point
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been.
So why wouldn't you promote Erica Kirk to go get another husband and keep the family together as a traditional family? Oh, she's going to need time before she does that. Well, why wouldn't she need time before she ran the company?
None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Gladiator versus gladiator. Gladiator versus gladiator. Pay attention to my thumbnail. Candace. Charlie told Candace, I'm a simp. Candace told Charlie, no, you're not. Erica told Candace, yes, the fuck he is. Candace has a beef with Erica benefiting off Charlie's death financially. The blood is on her hands. She's not taking that lying down. Erica said, why you trying to fuck up my money? I'll beat your black ass.
Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated.
That's a bad argument, Candace. And this is why I say Candace still got this feminist shit, because you're basically telling Erica, go sit around by yourself. If you're going to tell her not go to the office, tell her go get another man so she can come back stronger. But you're not going to put the man as the pillar and the strength of Erica Kirk. Only Charlie, right? And that's why I say, Candace, you're not really for men. You always supposed to want to see some man getting Erica's pussy, especially with all that money.
Does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have
to. Now, I know the way that I'm wording it is terrible. And that's kind of like the ebonics that we're talking as black people. And if somebody could decipher what I'm saying in this street style, they'll understand that what I'm saying is purely accurate. Those who can understand the way that I'm framing it, they understand. Because this shit is about bitches and not niggas. It's the problem in America, bro.
You keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your team is
asking to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play clips. So if
Andrew team has more clips, Candace team has no clips, I give another point to Andrew. So the score right now is Candace was up at 17, but I just took a point away, 2 points away from her. She's at 15. Andrew's at 7.
We want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic. We can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up.
Remember, guys, Candace has no clips about Andrew. And that's why I say her team is fucked up, because they should be throwing out darts against Erica. You understand? It's all about them framing Candace. For what reason, I still don't know, besides we paid you to grill you. Okay? She's not going to lose any fans.
Up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble.
I'll bring it back.
In the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone.
It's about Erica, guys. Let's go.
With Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way.
Because his team is beating your team at clips, Candace. Your team needs a lashing for this bullshit.
You can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah,
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back.
Her team is better. I mean, his team is better, Candace. Sorry.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory,
I think John Bray's theory should be explored, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should.
Candace, they've been doing. Your team should be ready.
Run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Brock. I'm going to say when we look at it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because
a fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck. And then
hey, sometimes they get the nitpicking on silly arguments, but let's go.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Oh, I could fast
Good to
forward.
see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle.
Don't talk about Erica Kirk. You hear me?
Dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when people
disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because like many times.
So she got paid $300,000 for.
Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up.
Hold on.
And that none of the evidence that was please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims,
We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to many times, I actually taste good.
Quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be.
Sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
No, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk.
What did I tell you? This is the Erica Kirk show. Let's go.
All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica.
This
but-
Oh, yeah, come on. Yeah. 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 That's the way we do this. Call her out, Candace.
Did that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes.
All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not
What I tell y'all, this is about Erica.
care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already.
but why?
sat through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless
can,
you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims.
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange. That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh, so you,
Candace is right.
you
think
just
quite a
just-
few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now
The point being is, why do you care, Andrew?
you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
Well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
point.
from 7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
we
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first.
I'm going to have to give Candace another point. There are questions that Andrew do not want to answer. He asked Candace about her life, all sorts of stuff. All right.
Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Here we go.
So that's what.
Lance
Okay, there we
Come
go.
on, guys.
did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this, proceeded this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you
Did
read,
you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it
Another point for Candace. Andrew's backing down.
on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but
Choking in the third.
that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't.
Another point for Candace. She's at 20. So this is not about Charlie. This is about dripping evidence. Keep them coming to the show. All right.
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But
this ain't about Charlie, man.
But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we
another point for Candace. Let's go.
Have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Another point for Candace. This man does not give a fuck about Charlie.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like
choking in the third. He freestyling. Choking in the third. He's freestyling and he's telling the crowd, "Yo, wake up, y'all." He don't know that we know he freestyling. Choking in the third.
Is that it? That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should can you tell me one
then let's do the
charge
counter. You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
No, let's go one for one. Let's go brick by brick. You name one, I name one.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now,
all right, another point for Candace. Let's go brick by brick.
Name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it.
No, let's go one by one. You name one, I name one. You name one, I name one. Let's play basketball. You name one, I name one. Candace, let's go.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your finger.
Andrew, no, you should have never did that. I'm going to tell you something, Andrew. All Candace has to say right now is, let's play it this way. You name one, I name one till we get to 7. You name one, I name 2 till we get to 7.
Fingers up.
Okay, I'll name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence
so
in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence.
Whoa, you talking over the round. He's talking over the round.
Because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah.
Candace, that's why you lost your black card. You're supposed to say, you name one, I name one. That way you can just move away because he don't know how to do it. He don't want to play the game that we want to play. You name one, I name one. You name one, I name 2 till we get to 7. Andrew, 2 more points for Candace. Candace is at 25. You are at 7.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Look at him. He's emotional.
Just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people
I just
don't walk
want
away.
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again because you're.
Andrew, whether she can name the 7 or not, what does it matter? You lost, my nigga.
You're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then He's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That.
Uh-oh. Better get Mako.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to.
Oh, Candace is freestyling, but her freestyle is hitting. Oh, she's freestyling, but it's hitting.
Debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges.
Oh, the freestyle hit with a haymaker.
But at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he.
Oh, shit. Now that was a freestyle rebuttal mid-round haymaker.
Just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in
minor.
front of a child.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check.
It doesn't matter. Yo, homie, what are we doing? You've been getting clips played the whole time. She can't get a text message? Nigga, fuck you. Yo, the nigga talk about wake up, wake up.
My phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to
should
see
do
it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. He's really going to check the bitch's phone? No. Yo, son, we never check bitches' phones, son. You know the rules. That's her pussy, her life. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see?
Now, let's remember something, guys. Remember this. Remember this. Remember this. Men are not supposed to check the phone. That's one of the reasons why a bitch would offer it to you. And what do bitches do? They lie. All right? I hope Candace is not lying right here. She's, because a bitch will play poker with you. Yeah, you want to check my phone? Bitch, if you don't get that phone out of my face, knowing all the bullshit is in there.
I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through
names.
my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And they're texts. Could have been
Whoa!
Whoa! You can check that too.
So now we don't believe Patrick. Oh, hell no.
I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was it. I downloaded for Russia.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend to know
if you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your questions.
So
yeah.
Nothing there.
I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned.
Yo, Andrew, if Candace has a fake steakhouse receipt or a real one, why do you give a fuck? If I believe it, that's on me. Does she have the freedom to say whatever the fuck she wants for entertainment or truth? It doesn't matter.
He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
Right.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid? If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
Oh boy.
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that
it's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure. But
well,
I'm
I just wanted
asking,
to make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been
That's a bad argument. Let's go.
verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right,
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing.
Died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a the
wait a
state to a
second.
bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting
This
out.
is
either.
What do you mean
bullshit.
official thing that it happened?
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for
This
it at all.
is
There's no camera
bullshit.
there.
He lost.
And
Like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait, wait.
conversation. You're following combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you
hairs.
didn't. No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't.
Candace, you didn't you're going to say that he didn't know any of the charges, but I gave you the accurate way to pinpoint it. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you don't
that at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like this is
Yeah, you're right, King. I'm out of here, man. Let's see how it ends.
tallow cream and they're buzzing tallow.
Just say, you know what? I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. It said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
She had nothing. Brother, don't you know what you just gave her was her biggest viewed show? Not this one. This one's going to be large, but the one after, where she gets to talk about how she bodied you. What? And everything gets to continue. She gets to clap at Erica. She's very upset at Erica over this shit.
All of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that
hey, that's true.
France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything.
That's true.
When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me.
Hey, yo, King Disagreeable. King Disagreeable. You know when you're watching battle rap, right? And a nigga be getting bodied or he's losing the clear 2-1, right? And the final round is on him. Ain't shit he could do to win, right? Pay attention close. In battle rap, when this nigga gets into this losing phase, his third round is about talking about what black people need to do and how they need to uplift and how this and that and all this crazy shit. This shit is wild.
One thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even...
Yeah, the uplifted angle. It takes only 2 minutes to... I wonder how the fuck this shit start playing over here.
They actually taste like restaurant quality food. That means...
Confirm what kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence. We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts.
Nigga paid Candace Owens $300,000 to tell her what she should do on her show. Unreal.
And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable.
Oh, shit. Yo, I've seen this in battle rap. Yo, y'all niggas asleep out there. Wake up. Yo, brother, what's wrong with you? Can you rap?
Well, man, I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now,
that's true. But so what?
Maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy. Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Now, Candace did not interrupt him, not once.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and things that you've mentioned. And you
I think Candace might go off on Erica Kirk. Let's go.
Wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character.
What I tell you? What did I tell you? Gladiator versus gladiator. Gladiator versus gladiator. Son, we do this relationship shit. Okay? You knew what this was. She was going after Erica. And that's the right move.
Willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and things that you've mentioned. And you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking us on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact.
It's more than that. Charlie's death is on your hands. You let that nigga get with a regular bitch instead of going to help him find a virgin. And you know he needed your help. Okay? So yes, you do care.
Checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here.
It could give a damn less about Charlie, man. You know? Wow. So this is going to be a lot. I'm glad we did this. I get to make all my short clips out of it. Oh, I got to do it because StreamYard will fuck you over. I might have to do it, I guess, within 12 hours or something. StreamYard to get rid of your whole shit. Then I got to go to YouTube. Well, yeah, I can always go to YouTube and do the clips on OBS. Right. But I think I might have one more AI generation out of StreamYard. Because we got some key points out of this that Candace or somebody may pick up on. I'm glad we did it. It was complete bullshit, but it was all good. I wanted to do this. So let's see what happens, man. It's Friday night. I'm going out. Maybe I'll come back at about 10 or 9 to possibly. Hey, King Disagreeable, you here? You my nigga. We could talk. Look. So I can do my night streams now. Why, Prince? Because I told my gladiator, I ain't fucking you at night no more. Why I can't fuck in the daytime? I'm not your fucking end of the night every fucking night. Fuck out of here with that tired ass shit. Not that I give a fuck. I'm just saying I don't want to do it at night no more. All right? So that means my night times are all good. She had her days of playing with me in the nighttime. It's over. All right? And she knows. I said in the daytime, I don't give a fuck. You come home. Oh, she ain't off yet. You come home from work, you better either get to it or let's just have a good time together. Because what we're not going to do is play around. Not going to play around waiting all night for your ass. That ain't happening. All right? So now what I'm going to do on my evenings, I think I'm going to be doing some shows. It don't have to be about bitches or whatever. It could be about all this stupid shit. even though I'll end up talking about a bitch in a bad way. But yeah, that's the real story. Okay? I could talk to you. That's the real story. I ain't playing these fucking games. And these are all the little tricks I try to tell niggas, man. I try to put niggas up with, yo, tell that bitch, yo, you ain't fucking that night no more. Why? Why would you tell brothers to do that, Prince? Because they have programmed you niggas to fuck at night unless you got a bitch that's popping or whatever like that. But for the most part, you niggas are not you, King. Most men are fucking at night. You know, it's stupid. Fuck out of here. All right, let me get out of here before I get in trouble.